Good morning and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. I have my disclaimer down below. I did not get a chance to start it off with the full disclaimer this morning, but there is no financial advice here. I'm simply here for entertainment and to share my insight into the chart and what I'm doing, and that's about it. So I'm here on Bitcoin's chart this morning. We were getting a little bit of a sell off here over the weekend, just a little bit, and we have recovered back to our starting point here for Friday. I'm just pushing a little bit more inside of the golden pocket. Basically, that's it. There is also let me see, the CME gap, I do believe. Actually, let me not just believe and let me jump over here. Let me put this on a 4-hour time frame. See if I can't see that any better. Yeah, just a little bit more to go to fill in this gap here. So, all right, so here it reads 91,970 is the remainder of what needs, well, where price needs to come down to in order to fill in that CME gap. So we could see that. We've talked about that already. The idea of 90,000, I wouldn't expect for it to just hit here and bounce away. It could do that, but if there's interest at 90,000, then that could be where price comes down to. All right, so put this back here. There's a 1-hour time frame. So keep an eye on that. Otherwise, let's see what else we have going on here in the chart. We do have the bullish divvies, but remember what I told you, like I said to you the other day, first thing you need to pay attention to when you get a sell-off in your RSI like that, when you get into extreme fear, is to look for bear divs when price starts to come up, because usually your first move is going to be no bueno, and you'll see prices come back down, and you can see right here the bear divs through here going up in price, and then you get that extra push down here, and now we have some bullish divergence. So we just need to make sure that we invalidate the idea of any bear divs on the way back up. This is the 1-hour time frame, so not bad, not bad. You move through and check the other time frames and see if we have any bullish divvies in the other time frames here. 4-hour, we have the bull div here on the 4-hour also. I just want to adjust this, take off these two here. This looks pretty decent in here as well to reclaim above this momentum, but despite that, sometimes you'll reclaim above this signal line right here and you'll still pull back into it, and so it held very well here. So that's something to acknowledge there. With the bullish divergence, we are showing a little bit of a bear div right here. You can see that this is higher than this high over here, and price action is lower than the points over here. So we do have a little bit of bearish divergence. We have to invalidate that here on the 4-hour time frame. I put this line here in a thicker, made it thicker because the interest actually did change. Open interest did change here. Let me just refresh this and take a look back at it. Let's see. It's up and down. It's very up and down. So it's like neck and neck. And I will show you that chart in a sec. It's neck and neck on that 90 and that 85 for open interest. But nonetheless, this isn't bad. We're still below the 50 here on the RSI, which means that we're neutral. We barely peaking above relative weakness here. So we are neutral with that bullish divergence here on the 4-hour. See what we got here on this time frame here, which is the daily, and we do not have any bull divs on the daily. I like the what looks like could be a trim regression line going down through here on the daily. But let me So, but no bearish divergence. I'm sorry, bullish divergence in play here. At least not from there. Yep, not from here either. Right. Maybe slight here on volatility. So there is some slight bullish divergence here on volatility, but nothing on momentum. And let's see here. Okay, nice bullish divvy here on the weekly time frame. So that's good. That is good. And you can see that clearly through here. Bullish divvies here on the weekly. MACD is starting to look worse, but for the first time here, it looks like we are peaking above the signal in here on the BB here. So this could be a pretty decent start of the week here for Bitcoin, with the exception of me not liking this MACD though. I don't like the MACD, but we'll see how things go here. And we do have the bull dip here on the weekly time frame, so that deserves to be mentioned. I did make the updates over here, and I don't know if I want to continue to make, well, it doesn't look like I have to change anything again. I know that on Friday I did update here, max paying 106 and then flush possibly 85. So 90 and 85 are, and I got 95 here. I'm gonna have to change this. It is what it is, because markets change. That's just gonna be 90 and 85 there. All right. And this is still, I mean, we are, let's see. We're still holding this volume area here, this high volume area here. So we are still holding that, and that's a plus. I'm gonna turn this off though. It's just a little bit. I'm gonna turn this one off too. Volume did not spike as high as it did the previous week, so that's good also. I just want to see. I know I have. I guess it would help me to organize, and I did not organize. I just wanted to do that without using the MAs. Okay. Yeah, that would be like 85, right? I'm still holding my long position. I'm honestly thinking about just sitting on the sideline. But while we're getting this little bounce, I will remain a participant. For Bitcoin over here, you can see what I was talking about here, where you have 90,000 here and you have 85,000 here. If you were here on Friday, you can see the difference right now. And I told you can just coin glass. This is, free on coin glass. You can also use Deribit as well. This is the options open interest by strike here. So 90,000, 85,000, pretty even at this point. And then of course you got 80,000 right here. You start to hit some neutral interest right here. Well, actually starting right here, about 105, which we had 105 was a target prior, and we did hit 105. So 108.1, what I have, 108.110. It's the main thing for me right now. So in here, you start to get more neutral here with put some calls there, and then you have 108 where you can see you have more calls here at 108 and then 110. So that's why I'm talking about those two in my notes on my chart. We're almost there in terms of the weekly closure, which means that this isn't good here, especially if we're like I said, RSI below 60 is typically a continuation to the downside, and also a closure below the 5 EMA is also this is my 10 closure below the 10 EMA is also a reversal signal or continuation to the downside. I just put it like that. For Bitcoin, as you can see over here, where price did close below it and we continue down. And I went through and I shared this, and you can see back here, any time that it has closed below, you can see it wasn't closing below it before, but anytime it has closed below, that has indicated continuation to the downside and a push into your bear market territory. So looking for a bounce nonetheless. It could be that we push back into the 100,000, the 110, even the 110, I think could be done um, and still be a lower high here on the monthly time frame. I would expect some sort of a pivot here on the monthly, going back up for a lower high and then continuing down. So hopefully I'm not overreaching with the 110. The other thing I shared here too with the monthly time frame is that each time, let me just turn these off here. And whatever notes I had in here, they were deleted. My computer did another reset, and everything, of course, gets deleted. But the other thing I was mentioning in here, excuse me, I'm about to sneeze. Excuse me, is that each time the RSI did drop lower, we've never dropped below 40 here. And I think that there's a good chance that this time the RSI might drop 40, which means that I cannot be, and I hate to talk about anything with any sort of certainty. I'm just looking at historically, we have not broken below the bear market low before. And right now, that reading is coming in for me at 49 to 17, which means that we will maintain above this low here. Uh, but the thought of the RSI getting lower each time, it came relatively close to dropping below that 40 here. If we do that, there is a chance that we could drop below this point here, because that would be bearish, right? You're in relative weakness. Bitcoin has never moved into relative weakness on the monthly time frame. It's always stayed neutral, either euphoria or neutral, but never weakness. And that could be something that takes place here. So just bear that in mind, as I am looking for us to not go below 49 to 17, to not break below this low. But in the event that the RSI does for the first time go into relative weakness, that is something that can take place. Just like it was the first time here that it actually closed below this 60 in here. It's the first time that happened, as the RSI did get a lot lower that go around as well. So you come down here and you move into weakness in here, then it's not going to be good for Bitcoin. And it's just, preparation in case it happens. It doesn't mean that it's going to happen. I just like to keep us prepared in case something like that does take place. All right. This obviously didn't happen. We had this little falling wedge here, and I put a price target to the upside when we did get the breakout, but it was such a failed swing attempt. And I can get rid of these now. That was from the head and shoulders formation, which we filled and then some. Right now, focusing on getting here back up to around the $98,000 target here, somewhere in here to this trend line. See if we can't break above this this line here, this ascending trend line right here. And let me see if there was any. Yeah, you got bullish divergence on this as well. But again, RSI is rising a little bit faster than price action. It means nothing at the moment. So if you are long from anywhere in here, you just want to put your stop below the stop right here. Because if price did come back down, price will move faster than the RSI, which means price will break below this low. RSI will hold bullish divergence. All right. All right. So Ethereum's holding one of our daily ranges in here. I was just looking at it on the on this time frame over here. It is still within it's still within the zone here for this weekly time frame. Everything, all the notes that I have in here for this zone here, still being respected. So Ethereum has been holding up very well. It did finally get in here and take out the that low. I know on Friday it had not got down here yet to take out that low like Bitcoin did, but it has done so now and is trying to get a little bit of a bounce away. So this is still, I mean, we're below that volume node in here. So you can see that volume node here, which was in line with here. We are below that. We are still holding above that 200 also. So I think, of course, I believe that if Bitcoin is going into bear market territory, you know, Ethereum would end up down here somewhere. Unless it finds the strength against Bitcoin to not do so, that is what I would expect for it to return somewhere down here to this area where it has come every other time. So and this is around 2150 to 1750 here. And that's the 120 right there. Well, let me just adjust that to a 2. Okay. And that'll be here instead. No bullish divergence here for Ethereum, not for the weekly. Got some bullish divvy here on the daily time frame. And if price does manage to make its way up here, just want to make sure we don't have the bear divs with it. Right now, though, This area right here is 3,084 up to 3,236. And then here is 3,462 to 3,573 in here. So there's a chance that we could get back into that. And let me turn the one on here. At least this one. Okay. So we're just trying to peek our little heads up above it. See how that goes. Probably need to focus more on the regression line down through here, but it's pretty. It is pretty. I'm going to do it like that. Solana, you know, is already in bear market territory from 145. I think that's where it started. Yeah, 145.40 put Solana into bear market territory, which means Solana has the potential to move all the way down here towards this 95.26. It shouldn't actually take out the 95.26 if it has any sort of interest. I wouldn't say that it does that, but here, the same thing that I shared before. You can see that we're below this zone in here. We have the highest amount of volume in here for SOL. And let me make sure that this isn't 122. No, yeah, it is 120. Just do 200. Which makes this trend line right here very important. So that's something that I kept discussing with you here, is that if we get into this position, if SOL gets into a position to where it comes down here towards this trend line right here, but we also have the 200 EMA, we also have the 786 in the platinum pocket, and if it's breaking below there, I do start to get concerned. I start to get concerned, and the idea comes into my mind that Solana can be somewhere down here. This is around a 30, we'll just say $40 marker. I've been saying 30 something, but I mean, over time, you know, as it starts to, over the next couple of weeks, if it's still not down here, then it would, you know, potentially be a higher, it wouldn't get as low. It wouldn't get as low as what I was looking at before. So we'll just say 40 right now, somewhere between 40 and 30 something dollars. That could be the case here for SOL. So this is very important, very, 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 very important area right here to hold, especially being that Solana's already in bear market at bear market lows, which could be a good buy. It could be a good buy, and it actually holds and gets a push up. These two EMAs are pretty wide. They're pretty far apart from each other. So that could be the case. Where it's just a feeling of max pain, and then it bounces back up. But that is a concern for me. And I just kind of put $95 trouble, just to give it an area above the 95.26. That was it. But really, if it's losing here, then it is in trouble. Probably update that. And I'll just say less than 120. It doesn't look good so far. And this is supposed to be the measured move for this range that price was calling it in. And then we noticed how it broke below it, came back tested it, and didn't manage to get above. So it's still on the table until it invalidates this the level that it got the breakdown from. And that's about 113. Got some bullish divvies here on the 4 hour. Do we have any here? Got some yeah, got some bullish divergence on momentum and on volatility here for Solana. Delta's hanging pretty close here towards the zero line, so it could see a bounce back up here, hopefully to invalidate this continuation of fulfilling this range here. Hopefully that is the case. I can't see it from there. Here I'm just seeing the bear divs. I mean, I see the bullish divergence here, but since it's a downtrend, the bear divs is what should be highlighted first. And right now you can see the bear div on every attempted move here up. So we need to just invalidate this bearish divergence in here. Even if this section right here gets invalidated, you still have this up here. So hopefully the market opens and we, see some strong moves to the upside. Right now it's so slow the way it's moving that it'll just be another bear div and another pushback to the downside. There's really no rush, to be honest with you, to try to jump into a position. You can just wait for market structure change. All right. So Zcash did very well. I did take 2 Zcash longs over the weekend. Actually closed out the second one somewhere. It might have been in here. No, that's Monday. That's today. It had to have been in here then. Somewhere in here, I closed it out just because of the 4 hour time frame. So I need to update this. That was the daily range yesterday. Okay, so this is our daily range for today. Daily range low so far. And this daily range low could change. I am thinking that Zcash comes down a little bit more, which is going to be great for an entry because it is a little, uh, it's overbaked in my opinion. But here's the 4 hour right here. I can see the 4 hour is getting ready to get a cross down here on the signal line right here. And it's already switched up on momentum. So it did break the momentum here to the downside. It can easily come back up and back test this here. But I don't think that it would be an effective back test. So I am looking for a little bit more of a pullback here, maybe even back here to this trend line right here. But let me see what the EMAs are looking like. And anywhere you can see it, take out one of the previous. Actually, let me put the other one back up there. Just move this one. It takes out the previous day low and reclaims it. And this is the one that's sitting closer to the trend line in here. That'd probably be a good opportunity to get in it for a long attempt. Hang on, what was I completely lost my train of thought. Here was, oh, okay, EMAs. Let me just see what that looks like. Okay. So maybe it doesn't do. We'll see how it goes here. This would be the first area of interest right here. Let's just say it. This daily range, which actually, let me just get rid of the daily range because this 4-hour break of momentum just got started. So here, if we do drop below this previous day low and we find support here off of this 60 EMA right here, and we reclaim above the previous day low, that could be a good entry there for I would tell you to do a scalp long position, and if it gives more, it gives more. Otherwise, I would really like something like this. Personally, I don't want to get in so close to this high over here, and this is the local, and I should change that. I just put LH for local high instead of all-time high, but local high right there. So I'll be checking back in on Zcash. It's going to be one of the better plays. There's not a lot of stuff to really get into here in the market, in the crypto space, but Zcash has definitely been one that has played very well. So didn't, yeah. We got bear divs in here. I believe we did. Yeah, we did get the bear divs in here. Let me make sure. Yeah, definitely got the bear div. All through here also, but definitely the bear div through here. And let's put this line in here just to be sure about the bearish divergence. So we do have a lower high here on the 4-hour time frame also. At the moment, it is a lower high. And then you can see how this 200, I'm going to make sure. Let me just make sure because I've been looking at it here and it hasn't been my 2. Okay, so it is my 2. You can see here for our range low here from this ascending broadening formation that price is in right here. So ascending broadening top is what we have here. In the event that price was to fall down here, and I know it's Zcash and nobody thinks that it can happen. We got really close right here. Got really close right there, so it can happen. But in the event that something like that were to happen, you can already see how this 200 is rising above this lower trend line here. That would be a break. It would be a break already before it even taps into it, with the 200 rising above it. And that's just forward thinking. You don't have to believe it's going to happen. I'm not telling you that it is going to happen. I'm just dotting all my I's and crossing all my T's in the event that something like that did take place, okay? Just so, I mean, you'll know. It starts to look bad, then you know. Right now, it looks hella good. So I'm not insinuating that. But that is where we are here on this 4-hour time frame with the bearish divergence. and the momentum break here. Can still bounce up and back test it. Can still do that. On the one, it's sitting right here at the 60. As long as it holds that 60. Let's see. It's going to be a lot more choppy over here. It's all right. It's in a squeeze right here. You can tell because whenever price action gets trapped between moving averages, it's considered a squeeze. Let me just see. All right, so just low volatility in here at the moment. No actual pressure. Neutral. Neutral. I am reframing from taking any sort of a long until I can see some sort of a break below one of these and then come back up. Otherwise, I sit on my hands. It's too far at the top to even consider wanting to get into it. All right. Our president had a meeting with the banks, which is quite interesting. I didn't get into the full details on it. Reading. Um, Just trying to see if I even wanted to talk about it. It's honestly a little bit too much for me. We got that. We got this whole vote going on over something that should just be public knowledge. All right, I'm just gonna move forward here. We're far from the stock market opening, which is great. I just want to get in, get the information out there, and leave you with that. Okay, so coming in here, looking at NVIDIA on the 4-hour time frame. I do know that NVIDIA. Let's see, when is earnings? Earnings should be coming up. Okay, so there we are. We're close to getting that earnings. So earnings is coming up here for NVIDIA. This isn't something I took. This is just something that I shared on stream, thinking that since this was a position of interest before this one took place. I was like, maybe it'll come back and respect this time, but I didn't expect for it to take out to tap into that 180 again, and it didn't. It hit the trend line in here, and it bounced up. So terrible entry, but I was just thinking, okay, well, it didn't respect it the first time. Maybe it'll respect it this time. At this point, I can just delete this line right here because it cares nothing about that area that used to be resistance at all. cares nothing forward, I will still just be looking at the 200. But if earnings kick in and they want to push the price up, I am looking here around this 220. There is interest there at the 220 right now. I'm keeping it pinned in between 180 and 200 for now. So that's the pin zone for now. It didn't get back above this momentum breakdown right here. So that's quite interesting. A little bit of a rejection there. I don't need this in here either. I didn't care anything about that either. So I am looking for prices to come back up here for NVIDIA. And if for some reason we start to fail in there, I would start to look down here. But that'll take some time for that to take place. We're looking at about another month and a half on that. But so far, that's holding. That's holding. And my settings are for extended hours, which is why everything looks like this. How does Tesla be the first thing I pop back into? Okay, Tesla, I was saying if this is a double top, it really just looked like it was sideways price action, but nonetheless, it was a range, and ranges break down as well. And you do get about a 1-to-1 on a range also. It did get a little bounce back up here into this area and to prior support, which could now be acting as resistance, but this would be the measure move for it here. Does it happen? I mean, it's Tesla. 322. It's Tesla. I don't know what determines how Tesla moves. To be honest with you, I don't. Tesla can get a bad earnings and pump. Tesla can get a good earnings and dump, and you can think Tesla is dead and it's very much alive. So just really hard to say with Tesla, but it is at resistance at the moment. I am looking for the move to be fulfilled until something shows me differently. I know it was supporting on some EMAs in here when I looked at it earlier. No, not on this time frame though. I think it was let me see if it was no, it wasn't the daily. Was it the weekly? It wasn't the weekly. What was I looking at? What was I looking at? I don't know what I was looking at then. I have no idea what I was looking at. Okay. It's so strange. It may, you know what? Um it may have been earlier when I didn't have the settings on extended hours that it was being supported by one of the EMAs, but right now I can see that it's not. Um so forgive me, below the 200 at the moment, resting on the 5. Anyway, like I said, I am looking for prices to get down here. You can see where this looks like it's almost impossible that it's going to happen. That's what it looks like. It looks like it's almost impossible that could happen. But that's my thoughts. That's my thoughts. Two nice red weekly candles here. I'm going to change this. Sometimes I forget that I need to adjust for a higher time frame in the stock market. So it makes a little bit more sense for me now. We did reclaim above this momentum breakdown right here. We'll see if we reject in there and then get the move down. But it looks doable for Tesla. All right, this garbage here, that is Circle. I mean, we've hit those targets, that's for sure. The measure move for the head and shoulders, uh, and then the 85 and the 80,000, those both were hit down through here. If it gets any worse, it can get worse. It can definitely get worse. It just had an overvaluation. That's all. Well, price was overvalued here for Circle. From IPO to high price pumped. So if you're in this, it's going to be hard to get back into some of these numbers up here at the moment. That is going to be hard. Earnings was good, so that's a plus, but sometimes that doesn't get you a pump to the upside, especially when you've already been considered overvalued. So we can see this thing drop a little bit more, and then next earnings, it could be bad and it'll pump. And that's just how it's going to go. So right now, waiting to see if we can't get back above here. Um, it is a resistance area for me at the moment. And maybe we push up into about 101 for what I'm seeing right now. But this doesn't look too good. It doesn't look good at all. Um, Multiple drives of bearish divergence is what we were getting beforehand. It looks like we're still putting in bear divs. You can see right here, this high here, and how the volatility indicator here is rising a lot faster. So just more downside is all I can think of for this thing. It's terrible. RSI not managing to get above 50, period. That's not good. That's not good. So these little moves here on the MACD, they don't even matter to me. That doesn't matter at all. So I can just tuck that away. Totally not interesting until RSI starts to break above that 50. And even that first move right there, it'll start to show a little bit of strength from there. But I would still expect another pullback and then possibly then continuation to the upside. But it's going to take a lot to get back into some numbers up here. So for now, it just looks bearish. Circle. Nvidia. I'm not Nvidia, but Netflix. I don't think my chart was updated for this, for the split. It did it this morning. I got the notification, and then they updated it, updated the prices in here for it. So know that we were hitting resistance in here. So moving, let's see which moving average it was. And here we were hitting resistance right there at the 60 EMA there. So that's where we got that rejection from. But like I said to you, if we continue to hold in here, continue to hold this range really above here, it starts to get really bullish for Netflix, just above the orange line in here. But that didn't happen. I don't know if the split is what caused it to, to do this kind of bar, to just completely say no to that. We didn't have any bear divs in here. Remember checking for that. We didn't have any bearish divergence. And I really hate for it to keep tapping into the 200 or breaking below the 200. I just need to pull that out. Because if we start to lose this in here, I'm looking down here towards the 786. Here we have this blue line right here at 94. That is what I would assume here for Netflix, for some sort of a bounce from there. Right now, I can say it looks pretty good despite the rejection in there. I still say Netflix looks pretty good. What is that? I'm sorry. Oh, okay, that's from the split. Because I'm like, what is this? Jeez, that made it look terrible. I can't even use anything right now because of that noise. But as long as we're holding the range, I would say that it'll be fine. If it starts to lose the range and I start to look down here at 94, that'd be my target to the downside for Netflix. Gold. Right now it's still holding. Yeah, it still looks pretty decent. It would get bullish divergence pretty fast here on the 4-hour time frame. Still holding. And you know that I was looking at gold getting this push up to around here, which is what it did And I was saying that if we see a rejection, I'd expect for gold to come back down into here. Right now, it is still holding, so I can't say that this is actually going to play out. It was just an idea I was flirting around with, but it looks pretty decent in here at the moment. I was using EMAs here for gold. Yeah, I mean, it still looks okay in my opinion. So I'm not super bearish on it as long as we're still holding. I know I had a trend line going across here. I don't know what my stuff, which matches up with that. So as long as it's above here, I mean, it could potentially come back up here and change the market structure once again. So no, yeah. And I know that it was holding here on the back test. So I don't have any problems with it just yet. If it holds above here, if it starts to break below here, then I would see that low getting taken out, and then what we're looking at here for a move down into here could be very valid. Could be very, 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 very valid. But because it hasn't taken out this low in here, can't say that this is actually a lower high just yet. Not yet. Like I said, it looked like it would just get bullish divergence. RSI is not as strong anymore. Without being premature, momentum isn't all that strong anymore here for gold. This could be setting up some sort of a flag as well. There's nothing to do at these highs other than to look to go short on gold. Um, Personally, it's not some place that I would want to take a long position from. So um, I'm not entertaining that. Not here. On this pullback, that was a good chance to get in for a scalp long position or intraday or swing, whatever you want to call it. But at this point, all you can do is you should just be sitting on your hands with gold at this point. This isn't something to really get into in the middle of price action. Amazon, it hit pretty perfectly for the zone low in here, which was 232.49. So it did tap on that pretty good. I said this right here is something that I'll be looking forward to happening, but it would take maybe another month and a half before something like this could actually play out. For Amazon, if that's going to happen, if we do start to lose this low in here. But as I walk my way down, I'm just kind of taking my time with price action. This would be the next level that I'd be looking for in here, 226 to 219.48. So this would be the next zone in here for price action if it doesn't manage to bounce out of here and push back up. It kept getting rejected here around euphoria. So if it loses that, I mean, if it can't manage to get back above euphoria, which it doesn't look like that's going to happen, again, I'd be putting my eyes down here towards this next zone, 226, 219 here. But we also have this momentum trend line here, or just this trend line in general here. And if that doesn't hold, yeah, I start to entertain this a whole lot more. Um, it is in a good range right now between that euphoria and harmony. That's why I like to call this one right here harmony. um, hmm, I'm still holding my spot position here on Amazon. I think that if it does start to break down from here, I'll just go ahead and close it out. No sense in me holding it all the way back down to potentially taking out where I got in at. It was supposed to just be a trade anyway, and just on spot, supposed to just be a trade, and I ended up holding it. Even after I saw it reject multiple times, I ended up holding it anyway. And then I just look to re-enter if I I'm still if it still looks like if it looks like it can bounce back up and probably get back into euphoria. But right now, I wouldn't mind that. Wouldn't mind that at all. Who else in here? Google. Google. I told you I was surprised about Google because honestly, I'm thinking I'm still holding out that Google's gonna pump up here to this 335. Still holding out on that. I did set it up here for a range, but let me see if I need to move this, and I do. I do need to move that. Let me see if I'm a weekly. Yeah, I need to move that. You know what? I just don't need to have it on here, period, then. Let me just take it away because that's throwing me off. Um, so we're back in between harmony and euphoria, which is great. So if we do see the breakout above here, if you see the breakout above that 296, then that's what I'm leaning towards. It just needs to, if it breaks out of here, then that's what I'm leaning towards. Same thing I said to you. If it breaks this one right here, then I do lean towards the blue line right here. It didn't quite make its way down here to this one before getting a little bounce up. So that's great. I'm interested as long as it is above here, above the 281. If it starts to slip this 281, then I'm no longer interested in price action going higher towards that 335. I'll be looking down here at one of these two lows in here. The unusual well activity is this price point up here, which is why I'm so interested in it at 335. I think Mr. Buffett bought some. I'm not in Google at the moment. Um, that's a pretty strong move, though. In the story, I do think that, you know, I think that happens. I think that happens. And you can almost bank on it. Where if we get outside of this 296 here, just say 300, get outside that, you can almost bank on that. That was just gold from earlier. Um, I did take a look at Palantir, which I didn't like. I didn't like Palantir. I almost I had put in to sell the remainder of what I have for Palantir. Um, Changed my mind because I wanted to give it a little bit of time. You can see that over here. You can see how it like this bearish outside bar here on the monthly time frame. It's Google. This bearish outside bar, I'm not feeling that. I called a good top the last time from here. And it actually went lower than what I was expecting for it to do. I think I had it marked out somewhere around this candle low right here, and it ended up doing a little bit extra. Um, so that's just what I highlighted in the charts at the moment here. So where you see that at is these candles right here, where you can see these wicks, those rejection points that Palantir had. So it's just telling me that there's a little bit of weakness here in Palantir, especially with this candlestick right here. I don't like that at all. So I'm probably going to sell the little bit that I have left. It doesn't matter to me if it does pump up further. Not concerned with that. Most of it was sold anyway. And the little bit I have left isn't going to make a difference. And I'll roll that over into something else. It did reclaim above that previous month low here, which I thought was pretty decent of it. So be watching for price to drop back below that, if that's going to happen. Be watching for it to drop back below there. It's between, again, this one right here, between Euphoria and Harmony here. And if it loses that, I am looking in here. It seems to be some pretty good interest somewhere within here. Based on everything I could gather on it, there is some interest around this point here. So if it does that, then I get interested again. Otherwise, if it just keeps pumping, I'm not interested. I think it's over. Yeah, it's a beautiful chart. I mean, you haven't been able to miss with this, but that's a lot of weakness popping up in the chart. It just is a lot of weakness popping up in the chart right now. Did I not look at hood? Trying to think where I had hood at. I may have had it here. Yeah. Okay, so I already shared that $100 is a target for me. We'd already did the 125 to the 120. That happened. This low right here, in fact, was 112. That was 112. So 100, and then I should have like a 60 in here, which I'm not seeing at the moment. So this may not have been the chart that I was using, but that's my thoughts on hood. $100 could be next, and if it doesn't hold 100, then I'll be looking at $60. Not because hood isn't good. Hood is great. But at the time, hood was after the earnings, which was a great earnings, by the way, a great earnings. It just showed a lot of weakness in the chart, which is why I was able to say maybe 125, 120, and it superseded that. So that's the next target. And then of course the 60, which is not showing up in here. This may not be the actual pane I was using for it. The reason why I can't see it. Huh. Successful reclaim above this momentum line that we got the breakdown for, that would be a strong move for hood, in my opinion. A failure to reclaim in here. That's why I start to look for the 100. Should I be looking to buy some there? And we actually haven't been below here since this leg up. So that could be how it goes. That could be how this plays out. By the time something like that does happen, you can see that it'll be putting in some bull diffs by the time something like that takes place. But it could, yeah, it could still drop all the way down here and still have bull diffs on it. I don't think that there was anything else in here really that I looked at. Here recently before I jump back over into Bitcoin, crypto. I was dreaming about Intel last night, which is crazy. In my dream, Intel was preparing for some sort of a huge pump to the upside. I don't even know why it came up in my dream. It's funny. Um, Meta did fill in the gap. It filled in that gap all the way. You can't see it over here right now because I have it on extended hours, but this was the highlight of the gap, and it did fill it in completely there. You see that low ended up being 595. I think my note, I have it in here. I don't have it on this time frame. And where we need to hold in here also, where I'm looking for it to hold anyway, back here, this blue line right here. Should be able to bounce away from here. Really don't want to see price getting down into here. I know that we have the moving average somewhere down here. It actually runs parallel to this trend line, and it is the 120 that runs parallel to that. So this here was the long setup for it, and then this is only if a reclaim takes place over here. So this is what I have been looking at as we were coming down, and for the past, several days here after earnings. This is the daily, so no, it's not. It's not what I want to look at here on the daily. But you can see how terrible that looks. How terrible that looks. We haven't even feel the measure move, which I don't really care that we do feel this measure move. We feel that gap. That's for sure. We have more gaps. You don't want it below this trend line. I think it's this one. I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this one right here. So you can see where our moving average moves parallel to this trend line right here. So very important. And we don't want to lose that. It's one thing with this being the second time that Meta is below the 60 since it got this move up. But we want to hold in here. And this just means the RSI gets oversold below 516. RSI relative weakness is going to be 630, and the RSI monthly pivot 675. That's all that is. looks like Bitcoin. But everything is banking on this area right here. Lose this, got problems. Got some serious problems. Got some 20, what year was this? 2021 problems. For Meta. We're not doing too much in here on Bitcoin. I will go ahead and take a look at some of the other altcoins since I'm here. Do it from this Zcash pane over here. Some of the bigger players like your XRP, I mean market cap wise. Nothing has really changed in here with XRP. Yeah, nothing has changed. Very cookie cutter, like I said before. The last thing I said was I'd be looking forward to get down here to about 213, 214, something like that, because it usually, you know, it usually hits one of these every time, and then it'll hold and just go sideways. I don't see anything right now. Well, there is something showing in here on volatility, but you can see the bear div in here. I'm gonna hide that. You can see the bearish divergence. You can even see it right here on the RSI at the moment. Let me turn. Hold on. It is overkill. All those all those momentum lines that were popping out right there. What that tells me is that they're having a hard time trying to push the price down further. And it's choppy right in here too. So this could be where the low is actually at. Local low. Could be the local low right here. And we get a push back up, possibly back into that trend line or that 200 EMA it seems to have been hitting. Let me see if I can do this without. I'm just going to give it more touches. That didn't make a difference. So I'll leave it like it was. maybe it pushes back up into here. The 200 was relatively close to this trend line right here. So that's what I look for on it. Assuming that that was the local low, I wouldn't be looking for it to drop below this low right now, even though I can see the bear div on the attempted push up. You do have some volatility, potential volatility play in here. It's above the 20 SMA right now. So this part is starting to look pretty decent in here as well, above the signal line in here, but it can still come down, put in some bullish divvies in here, which you don't have um, at the moment, not on this 4-hour time frame. No bullish divvies, but it's got to start moving slow. No bull divs over here either. Exaggerated, possibly exaggerated, but let me see the weekly. On the weekly time frame, yes. So yeah, that could be the local low here for XRP. If it does come back down, I wouldn't be looking for too much more than somewhere around the top side of this support level in here. 213. Well, I just say 214, just round that up, 214. I wouldn't be looking for too much more. Maybe it takes this liquidity right here and then it moves away with some sort of bullish divergence. If you're in this, I would just have a stop loss set for below the low here. Or if you have the capital to muscle any further move down, which I don't think is a great idea, especially if it's a losing trade and it's a losing trade. You don't want to add into losers. Just cut it once it invalidates you and then re-enter when you see that it has the bullish divergence, or it shows some strong price action, some strong interest in it. But that's my thoughts on it. And I will look for a pushback into here. Like I said, maybe it breaks that on the weekly. If the weekly is going to come together, then it could break that. It's the last time it had got the bullish divergence on the weekly time frame was here. So you can see how we got the bull div with the lower low here on the RSI and the higher low in price action. And it just came up, losing my voice, came up and put in some bearish divergence with that move up. So the RSI remained weak, unable to push anything like it was doing over here. And since XRP from what I've studied on it, it moves on volatility and not momentum. So this looks like it would give it a volatility swing on this weekly. So if you break here, then I'll be looking for a pushback into VWAP. But this would be my short-term target here, back into this trend line here. And then more mid-term target is going to be back into VWAP, assuming that this is the local low. I don't know why these are pulled out so far and why it's this off target. Let me adjust. Let me see what this is. 64.25. I don't know why it's off like that. It's supposed to be 64.25 then. Okay. They're all off. That's weird. I'm gonna have to go back in and check these. 67.93. One of them is wrong. And I don't know which one it is. Make sure I don't have anything else in here. Okay. Mm. I mean, everything I saw for this chart, it did and then some. I know it started with this over here. Now, this was so unexpected, this week here to the downside. But before any of that happened, when price was in here around these highs, I said, I don't see a reason to say taking a long would be a bad idea. I would do it on spot because there is the chance, whole video saying that I see a move all the way back down here to about 194. That's what I said in this video when it was all the way up there at them highs. I see a move back to 194. If you can muster that 194 move, then sure, you can buy. No, not financial advice. I'm saying it like I told you, like I'm your mama. Sure, you can buy, but you just have to be aware that it's a strong chance that it's going to get back down here, and that this move here into this golden pocket, like that was not what it was doing before. Like this, like a clean little bounce off of it, and I wasn't doing that before. It was at least pushing deeper into here, at least like the midpoint. It didn't do that time. It just looked like prices were going to get back down to, I said 194. So that was here. That's here, 194. And of course, it did more than that because that's what the markets like to do. This was the bear market low. So, of course, I wasn't expecting that. Not just yet. Not yet. And I highlighted that I would buy. I would buy there at 194. I would buy here at 160, 164. And I said I would buy here if it got here. But it wasn't something that I was looking forward to. I actually said between 194 and 164 in that video. That's what I said. And so we're here. We are here. And when this happened, I didn't have any of my orders in place because I wasn't expecting for price to do something like this. I was just going off what I was seeing when I was assessing the weekly time frame for SUI. Back over here. Yeah, back over here. After I seen that, it's like, nah, son, something looks wrong. Something looks wrong. You see how much it pushed in here? Then I had the other one in here. I don't know where it went to, but I was like, that's kind of weird. It's, it's bouncing from there. Not that it has to repeat. This obviously failed. We'll move that. Swing failure. All right. I'm just going to drop that. You can see that swing fail right there for the take the short. So I'm gonna move this. Bear div. Bear div. I don't see any bull div in here. Bullish divergence on volatility, but even that's going to lead to a bear div here on SUI. I mean, it could drop all the way back down here and fill in this wick again. That would be the bear market low. It actually just went directly to the bear market low bottom, and it did not supersede it, which was, I guess that's okay. I guess that's all right. Not my favorite chart right now, but I'm in it on spot. I can't sell it now. So obviously, any push to the upside from here, if it does manage to get a push up, I wouldn't be looking for it to do any more than here where the 5 EMA is at, and that's 207. Yeah, I wouldn't expect for it to do any more than that. Volatility play could be in the cards for it. Every other time, like right in here, it did get a nice little push up right there. Over here, it took a little bit of time in here. You can see where the 20 in here came up above, but it rounded out. Price action rounded out for that move up. So could be something like that happening right now. That's not shabby. That's not shabby. But whatever it does at this moment, I will look for a rejection, a few rejections off of this 5, and then this starts to round out for the push up. I don't think it'll be any sort of a fast move price action, no V shape or anything like that. I don't think it'll be like this. You can say this was a V shape. I don't think it gets that. But hopefully I'm wrong. Let's see from where price is right now to that's a 19% move. 34 cents difference. It's not bad. It's not bad. Still pretty close to the support level of 164 for SUI. Would I do it now? It's at the 200. I will wait because it looks like it's getting ready to pull back anyway. So yeah, I would definitely wait. I'm just going to do it off of that low since they're so close together. Hold on. Let me see. It ain't looking bad though. It's not looking bad. just in case 50 holds. It looks like it could hold somewhere between this 50 and this golden pocket. 57 RSI. Yeah. I'll let it pull back first, and once it retests in here, I wouldn't be looking for it to come back down and take out the low. Personally, I wouldn't be looking for it. If it happens, anything can happen. I would be looking for it to hold somewhere between that 50 and the golden pocket, though. You'd be in discount in here. So that's a good place to look at it, to reassess it, to take a long position if you're interested in getting long on it. I don't know if you are. If you are for a trade, that would probably be it right here. I would have to see it drop into here though and reclaim. Don't think it does that. That would be a strong move if that happened. Back up to 207. Let's shoot for this for now. Just real quick, I need to check back in on this. Okay, so we fulfilled the range, the whole play for Binance. Cool beans. Which time frame was I on looking at this? Yeah, I was looking at it from this time frame. That was a good entry. All the way down here to the low of the range, double bottom. That was a good entry. I hadn't looked back at it. No, I hadn't looked at it the past few days, so I haven't looked back at it. And it had already did that and back tested, rejected. Solana, that's what I was saying about Solana, could do the same thing. Solana has already back tested and rejected. Could fill it out all the way. I had some. Oh, I forgot. haven't added any weekly levels in here for BNB, but it's a little bit too late on BNB, in my opinion, unless it just keeps bouncing off of this zone down here, this level off of down here. I wouldn't want to touch it at this point. That's a little bit too far away from this low down here now. 4 hour. On this daily. At the bullish divergence on the daily. It would give it could keep, it could keep hitting down here. This could be an accumulation low down here. It doesn't look like something that's going to V-shape. Bitcoin fell off the wagon again. Yeah, they all about to pull back some more. Yeah, if it comes back down into here, that could be a great place to get long on it, somewhere closer to the to that measure move. It looks like a great place based on these wicks down here. Could be your accumulation zone, like I just said. So I will wait and see if that happens for BNB. I wouldn't want to get into this thing where it is right now. It's a bit too much of a move for it. So just back into here again, possibly even holding the low across here. Yeah. Something like that. Maybe it bounces and rounds out off of this trend line before it gets a move back up and attempt to break in this neckline. Yeah, that's a great place. Right down there at that low. Great place. I got some double lines in here. It's like I might have mapped it out twice. Yeah, that's what I would look for. I look to get back down here towards this low before considering anything with BNB. Bitcoin, it did get a little slight reaction there. It is, these lows in here that it has to fight against. Ethereum's holding up. Solana's holding up. I did it like this off the line chart because if it breaks below here and it reclaims, then it can give you a buy signal. It's a good way of doing it sometimes instead of drawing it on the wicks. But you can also draw it on the wicks too, which I don't think that it dropped lower than the wick. If it did, then of course I would move it. But looking for a reclaim back here inside this range here for ADA. And the last time we were looking at it, it was respecting the low of the range. And now, yeah, so I want to see a reclaim. It's back inside the range. I would be spot trading any of the altcoins, or if you're looking to invest, I would invest only at key levels. Buy in at the key levels, skip one, decide which one. The lower, probably 48 cents, I would buy some. If it dropped down lower than that, I would probably do like 37 cents. If it dropped lower than that, then I would look at 31 cents. But I would do the lower key levels in here. So at some point it would reverse on you. But I would not leverage trade any of the altcoins. Just Bitcoin, probably be the only one. Bullish divergence here on ADA. That's nice. Swing fail happened right here. So I can move that. Look for it to break again and sustain. If you see it come back down, then that's probably a swing failure pattern on it. Bear div on volatility. The daily. I can see the bull div in here too, but which is only 10 cents off from its range low in here. What I wanted to look at this is a week low by the way of the monthly time frame. It's a week low. It's at the bear market lows, which is a little different because it was okay for it to take out this low. It's kind of weird. So maybe not repeat that again. The weekly didn't look amazing, so if it does continue to push down, I would not be looking for it to fill this weekend all the way. It already took. I mean, it flashed all the way down to the bear market low. You can see how nicely it held down there, respected that low. I just wouldn't be looking for. I wouldn't be looking for it to fill this weekend. Maybe something like 34. Everything is showing like some sort of a volatility play. But I watch out for them bear divs coming up because you're definitely going to get the bear divs coming up. Possible rejection around 50% on your RSI on the weekly time frame also. and over the next coming weeks probably manages to make its way down here. I think the one that I had in here, this ray, do away with that. Look for a rejection there. Probably by the time price action gets back towards this trend line, this 200 will have relaxed a little bit more and drop down somewhere around this trend line. If not, then it's probably looking at, let me see if that is the case. That's a bit off, but I'll look at it anyway. Short-term move will probably be about 51 cents if it gets up here. So 51 cents for ADA. Then next move will be somewhere around here. I will look at the lows in here, probably about 54, just slightly above here. 54 into this trend line in here for some sort of resistance. I don't expect for any of this to happen at the moment, as I do believe that price could make its way back down here. Nothing's really standing out with the altcoins, to be honest with you. I'm going to check Zcash again. Look like she's trying to go. I'm thinking it does something like this with the cloud cover. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, the bear divs in here which even exceeded over here as well with the bear divs. It just has me looking down. Like I said, I wouldn't get interested in taking a long. You probably could. It'd be some sort of a sporadic move, and then another wick maybe, like it did, like it was doing over here. It's just not a good place to be trying to go long on Zcash. I'm not going to go through any more of these charts. I think that there's, let me see. It's a little bit risky before market opens right now, even though I don't think that the stock market has the strongest correlation to crypto. Um, they call this the everything crash. So if it is the everything crash, probably better to just wait for the market to open to really make some decisions about entries. This failed. Whenever that failed. I don't know why I have one here. I think I may have done like 2 measure moves for it. But either way it goes, it failed. Whenever that was. It's actually not invalidated yet, so I'll leave that one on here. It's not invalidated yet. It did get the little bounce, but it's, yeah. Hmm. It's holding on for dear life. Hmm. Maybe you see this as some sort of a head and shoulders. Let me just put a line on this. Maybe you see this as some head and shoulder, something that usually forms after you get like a pizza breakout retest. I think that's why I had that other line over here to the upside. I think it was because we looked at it and we said potentially if it was an inverse head and shoulder, which I don't agree with in here, but potentially if it is an inverse head and shoulders, that's what that measure move was for. But this is fine right here by itself. That's what it was. You want to see it holding here. It was below the 200 EMA, but that's fine. You do want to make sure it's holding here, because if it's not holding here, then you're breaking the low of the dynamic cloud. The 60's been giving you some problems, but you break above the 60, then I would say it's a go. It's a little bit too far away. I would say to want to jump into a long position from here, because you really don't have a place to put your stop loss other than here. Now, if you're spot, like I said, I wouldn't be looking to trade any of these altcoins on leverage. I would just be looking at them as a spot opportunity, and you can cut your losses and not worry about liquidations. And, if something like this was to happen, you know, you can even set a stop loss on a spot position too. So just keep it small and simple. Don't be looking at this thing like you're about to get rich or something like that. Just make it a simple long position, something where you can make some returns on it, but not be hurt if it did come back. I mean, that's the only way I would jump into this as a long position, is I was taking a small position size on it to invalidate below here. I don't think you get a cloud cover rejection the second time. I think once it gets above the 50 RSI this time, if you're already in it, I think that you'll be okay. But definitely spot. Last time we looked at ICP, and I'm just looking at it because I see it in the bubbles. We knew we were at a rejection point for it. It was clear that it was at a rejection point. And that was going to do that. This was the accumulation range right here from before. And this was the resistance point from before. So remember, the whole time that ICP, every time it dropped here, it got a bounce. You can see it's already reacting in here. This was just, I don't know what this was. But it might be back at the place where people want to buy in at it right here for a higher low. I would definitely take some profit once it came back into 640. if you're speculating that it's going to get a clean break. I mean, it got a nice little breakout from here before, but I would definitely TP here. I would probably even TP here since it did get a swing fail. I would TP here. If you're getting into this thing. I just don't think ICP is worth it anymore. But that'll be your spot right there. Prior support. Uni was the other thing I looked at with you. And I had moved this aside because when we talked about it on, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. When we talked about it on Friday, I said let it break below it and then come back into it. The entry point, it needed to break below it and then reclaim into it to show that it had some sort of strength. I didn't take this. I'm glad to see it held though. That it worked. That it worked. Like I said, it needed to break below it and then come back up. And I'd be dang, it broke it twice though. So it could have been a straight up miss. Come back down here, might not be so lucky because this is good liquidity, almost equal lows right here. And where you see that, you can see the interest there. So they could sweep both of these down. They can sweep this down here, take the liquidity, maybe even come as low as this point right here. So just know that if you're somebody that's in uni. See if it had bear dips. It's all right. Yeah, it's all right. It looked like it might have broken market structure, but still, like I said, if they force it back down, if it loses momentum, then they could still take out the lows down here on uni. I think the other thing we looked at here was what was it? I don't know if it was near. I think I looked at AVAX. I'm not sure. Not sure. It's just getting worse and worse. Worse and worse. Because this is the accumulation low right here. So this is where accumulation was taking place at. Did I not pay attention to that the last time? I couldn't have because this is like a week out now. No, I probably did. I did because this week just closed over here. All right, so it just broke below that level. I need to see a solid reclaim back inside of that accumulation range. You can see how it's already rejecting right in there. I need to see a solid closure back in here. Actually, just get out. Get out of this zone. I don't have any AVAX. But that was, yeah, it's looking like ICP. Like ICP did beforehand when it broke its accumulation level. So, and that. It's a little wild out for those token unlocks, but still. That's why I hate these projects that come in and I guess it's supposed to be enticing that they give you tokens, but then they have all these unlocks because I don't know. I just hate that. I don't like it at all. I hate altcoins that do that. Mm, it looks bad. It looks bad right now. Might have some bullish divergence, and it does have some bullish divergence. But you can see how it's putting in bear divs. Putting the bear div on that first push. This is where it was really over. Yeah, that was October 10th, though. I wouldn't count that too much. Yeah. I think it's gonna have to put in a new local high, reject, and then so you can get something much closer. Right now, price has to get back above 36. That's yeah. Right now, that's what it has to do in order to break market structure here on the weekly time frame. It has to get above 36. So, want to see something more locally. But this is not good. Yeah, not good. All right, sadly for near, this is no good. This little range that it's in, it needs an RSI of 60. That's a lot. This is the range low for now until it's not. That's 179 until it's not. So all I can say is just play the range until it breaks. And at some point, one of these sides will break. It's hit this low quite a few more times than it has this top side. If it drops back down here, probably break lower on the next attempt, on the next move down. Probably wouldn't hold in here just because it's tapped it a few times already. And then it failed to actually make it back all the way to the top. So it'll probably fail. That happens. Otherwise, it looks like I was looking for a reclaim. It didn't look like it was going to break out over here. But I guess if the RSI read is high enough, it has to be in relative strength, period, not even neutral. Yeah, too choppy. Too choppy. Mm. Sorry about that. Looks like we could bank on a move back down here towards the 12. It's not on any sort of support, so I wouldn't advise getting long from right here. Let me see, unless it's something else in here. Yeah, I wouldn't advise getting long right here. If it can get a push down into support, then maybe right in here around this 12.6 right here for H bar. It has held quite a few other times before, with the exception of that October 10th situation. So if it's going to respect this channel in any kind of way, which you can see how it wicked over it right here, which is fine. It's done off of a line bias anyway. So if you see it break it and reclaim, that probably would be a good entry in here on 12.6. Spot. Or if you're looking to accumulate, that's a good way of looking at it for your buy orders, because you'd be in bear market territory right in here. So that's a good place to strategically buy in here. And that low is about 9 cents. About 6 cents here. And then you can see the one for 12. I think all three of those are great places to accumulate. All right, Bitcoin. Let me just look back at it. I was looking at something. Can't remember what I looked at that for. What did I look at that for? It wasn't for that. Can't remember what I looked at that for. $33, $32. That could have been why I was looking at it. I'm just trying to see how much further it would have to go if it did something like a 30-something% move down like it did before. That might have been why. But either way this goes, pretty bearish. Pretty bearish. My first red candle too. We had no red candles. So that was below. Yeah, we had no red candles. And I don't identify my death cross the way that I don't use EMAs for death crosses. EMA lags for a death cross. Whatever death cross, it probably had already happened already. If EMA is just now getting to it, it had already taken place. It would make sense to me. EMAs are great. I love to use them, but that's probably already happened. Yeah, that happened already. No, actually, it has not. Not necessarily. Could have sworn I changed that. But we did do that, and like I said, it hit the 50 right there. It dropped in between there, so I was like, maybe it'll just hit the golden pocket this time because it was dropping lower each time. Like I said, the golden pocket, I mean the CME gap, um, it's, it's still there, just a little bit lower to fill in that CME gap. If that's gonna happen, yeah, that would probably be tapping into the top side of the cloud right here, 91 on the regular chart. That was the other thing we did each time we tapped into the dynamic cloud. So I guess maybe CME gap does get filled. That would take care of that 90,000 um, open interest around that 90,000. I don't see anything happening in the charts right now though. So nothing. Yeah, so I'm gonna call it a stream. I would look for Zcash, an entry on Zcash. I really would like this right here for price to come down here, take out this previous day low and reclaim in here, managing to hold above this ascending trend line here. That would be a great entry for me personally. I would consider something in here. I'm pretty sure to get some sort of a bounce if it did come down here and take out this previous day low and reclaim back above it. Not deviating too far from it. Could get some interest right here as well. But this is ultimately what I would be looking for here. And then if that didn't hold, I would press my luck again, probably somewhere down here if it comes back into this. If it does, cannot guarantee that that will happen. Um, if it's taken out, see. No, it's not really anything right there. It looks like it is, but it's not. Maybe on a lower time frame or something, but not really. This is where I'm really interested at, though, right in here. This is still eerily close to. I mean, it's still in this range. This first one is still in this range, but that could possibly work. All right, so I'm still holding. It's walking a line right now, going sideways here on Zcash. MACD still far from the zero line. I just think it's overvalued up here. I'm just looking at the multiple wicks to the upside, so it does need to pull back some. It doesn't need to. Let me not say it like that. I just think that it would be a better entry away from it. There's too many wicks up here. And I know most of this happened over the weekend. Um, and I did have something like this earlier, which didn't. Some people just slap these lines on there. I'm sorry. I'm a little OCD with the lines. A little. But that is a rising wedge. And with all those top and tails up there, I just need to see it break down. If I was never mind. Never mind on drawing a measure move. Yes, maybe if it did. I don't know. Either way it goes, I'm gonna sit out on this. Too many people are jumping into it. Yeah. It's already reclaimed above that daily low. Watch for it again. I think that might have. It's already taken out the previous week high. Wow, already. Okay. Good SFP. And it looks like it already did. Somewhat. I'm not banking on that. See from a 1 hour. It looks pretty good from a 1 hour time frame. That's a little bit too choppy to use. RSI looks healthy if it doesn't fail this right here for horizon. It's a pretty good move though. If you're looking at this being an inverse head and shoulder, let me see it from here. Is this crooked? I think that might be crooked. I can see that making sense. $20. Won't he do it? Won't he do it? That could be it. If it doesn't SFP, if it doesn't, if it, I mean, it's already done like a little SFP right there, but that would give it a bear div. It doesn't have to come back down all the way though. Look for something like that to hold. That's okay. There it is. It's like, no, ma'am. I was about to put a fib on it. What was that before? What was that before? What's that? I'm just gonna look at. I don't want to overlook it. Could be nothing. Hold on, actually. Just in case. Just in case. That could be like a 50. It could. Yeah, so that is like a 50. I'll leave that sitting like that. That looks good. That looks good right there, though. So any sort of a pullback would be somewhere around about where I was entertaining the idea. Yeah, right across there. Somewhere right in there. If it did reject and pull back, be looking for a hole right here. see if that was going to be like a golden pocket or something. Yeah, it is golden pocket. If it does. Zen. Momentum is increasing on this, so that's good. Increased momentum. Even though it's got the little lower high, momentum is rising. Bear div. Any bear div? No. I guess we looked at that on, I don't know. I guess it was Thursday or Friday. It could have been Friday too. It's probably Friday. I just want to mark out the daily low, previous day low. Look at that one. And look at that one. We didn't get a bear div that time, but I don't think it has the ability of getting back above 86, which means it would put in a bear div. Maybe taking that wick and putting in a bear div if it has the muscle to get up there. It could stall out here this time, even though it didn't do it before. Can. Yeah. It's already having problems with these lows. This is just going to be a just in case because I don't know. Hold on. See what that? Yeah, maybe taking out that. Let's see. Let's see. So everybody's probably saying cup and handle, huh? I don't like cup and handles. Love you. Cup and handle. Hmm. I just see a bear div though. I just see it putting in a bear div, but hopefully I'm wrong for the sake of anybody who's. I mean, it can still push up there, but I'm just thinking a bear div is going to be the best case scenario if it gets there. So if it pulls back, obviously, it would already take out this low right here. I wanted to say hold this trend line in here since momentum was rising on this move. Hmm. Disrespecting the 10, it must mean that the within the standard deviation 1 and 2 on the Bollinger, likely. Yeah, but it's not too as easy reading it there. So could you do that? Hmm. Yeah, we'll have to break that trend line, the one right here, to the downside. To invalidate the possibility of this happening. And if it did that, and that could be a 50% retrace. Oh, this is old now. Take that away. If it did that, you would look for a sweep and reclaim or break and reclaim. Either way, not too far away from it. If not, then it would likely come down into here. Likely come in and respect this one. It didn't look like it would get that far. It looked like if it did break through here, then probably see a reclaim of the daily low. And that'd be a good place to reconsider it. That chart looks a lot better. Oh, Biddy. I'll be dang. And that's going to look like that because we did this off of this 4 hour. And that's what I'm waiting on. I'm going to wait on that. I might consider entertaining this under the right circumstances. Not right now. That's a second SFP. That's the weekly. Or I'll consider Dash if it comes back down here. And then it breaks and reclaims on the daily here. Sweep SFP, something like that. I consider Dash down here. I won't consider it where it is right now. Bitcoin, you can already see pulling back. I watch for the CME gap fill on Bitcoin. About an hour out from market open now. I sworn this was looking better. Yep. So that's going to do it for me. I'll just be looking for something in Zcash or one of these other privacy tokens or whatnot. Especially Zcash since it is performing well. Like I said, I'll post that one. If it comes anywhere near the low and it looks sufficient, otherwise is what I've said on here. I don't really, yeah, the market sucks. It sucks. Ethereum at the moment also seeing a little bit of rejection, a little bit inside the range in here. Solana just scary. Just scary. The rest of the market is coming back down. Yep. It's not looking fabulous. It's not looking fabulous. Sometimes the best thing to do is to just do nothing and just sit in some cash. You can always short, but you can just stay out of the market altogether. Just sit on your cash and build your cash up until the market looks strong again. Or at least until it retraces into some discount zones so you're not buying tops. Mm. All right, with that said, I'm out of here. I appreciate you for stopping by. We could see something come in soon for Zcash. It is selling off a little bit more in here. I mean, it's still in this range, so it's still within this range. Back down here, it gets interesting. It will end up having a lower high, which is fine. Like I said, it could be building up some sort of a triangle formation or something like that. If that happens, just down in here. With all the wickety wicks up there. And that momentum break right here. I noticed the other day that I can use the signal crosses in here, but I noticed that the squeezes don't really work in here on something like this that's doing all that. So yeah, stop looking at it. I didn't care for that either. With it, it's pretty much just been the RSI, Zcash, RSI, Bollinger's, EMAs. I mean, just the momentum, just price action alone has been a really good. It's been the best. It's always going to be the best. Um, that's what I have preferred. All right. Jeez, man. See Bitcoin. Yeah, I gotta go. I gotta go. And that was not just another bear div too. So I mean, it's like I said, ugh, it's just bear div after bear div after bear div. Even though you had the bullish divergence down here, just not alleviating the bearish divergence. That's the biggest thing. So if that RSI comes back down here and breaks this low, At some point, it's going to play out the bull. It's going to play out the bullish divergence. It's just not happening right now. It's just not happening right now. But it is above here. And when I last looked at it here, let's see, because I know what we were talking about in here. Look at Zcash. You come on down, Z. See, 4 hour. Maybe we put in an inverse head and shoulder here on the 4 hour time frame for Bitcoin. I think so. I think it's what I was saying to you back when it was over in here, just kind of like how the RSI was up here. I think I was looking at the CC. I know I was looking at the CC. I said I usually look for it to drop all the way down into here. Off of that high, you really get the sell off, and then this drops all the way down into here. Still got the bear divs. We're somewhere around the bottom. That's all I know. We're somewhere around it. Between where price is now, that CME gap and is $90,000. We're somewhere around the bottom for Bitcoin, for a local bottom. And then we get a push back up, retest the lows in here. But we're somewhere around the bottom. I hate to say that with any sort of certainty, but there's a high probability that we're somewhere around the bottom, even though that's like a $4,000 move to the downside. It is still somewhere around the bottom. And there's nothing wrong with sitting out of the market until it starts to show some strength too. All right. Again, I appreciate you, and I will see you in the morning. I actually went over what I was looking for, but I'll see you in the morning at 5 a.m. Hopefully something changes. It's just really risky to be trying to catch the bottoms, especially when you're in between this and a possible $4,000 move to the downside here. It's really dangerous to try to catch the bottom. But I do believe we're somewhere around that range. Yeah, we're somewhere around it. All right. Love you guys. And hold on. What is this? Yep. I love you guys, and I will see you in the morning. If anything comes up, I'll post it. But right now, just what I said already is pretty good. Somewhere around the low between where price is now, where that CME gap is, and then possibly where that open interest is around that $90,000. It's hard to really say. But if the RSI starts to show some sort of strength, right now you can see the RSI is staying in relative weakness. It's not even managing to get above the 50 here on the 4-hour time frame. So that is identifiable on the 1 hour. Let's see what we were doing here on the one. We were managing to get above it here. I would not pay attention to the 1 hour time frame. I would focus on the 4-hour time frame. The 4-hour time frame with the bullish divergence, the weekly time frame with the bullish divergence, the daily time frame did not have the bull divs, but that could also be a breaking point right here on the RSI. That could be a breaking point right here. It looks like it's going to give here soon. At best, you got scalps until it breaks above the 50%. And it's not a bad weight. Like even over here, how price action stayed below the 50 over here. All back here, stayed below the 50. And you can see how price action, how bad it had gotten here. And then this is the point where it actually gets above the 50. So it's not far away from a bottom to see that. And that's even a break of market structure also. So you be getting in just before around about the time that you break that market structure, I suppose. Yeah. If you see that, it's still better. It didn't get too far. That's for sure. It didn't get too far, but it's better to wait for some sort of strength to come in on the momentum. Or if you see a break and reclaim like this and how we've seen it before, see a break and reclaim, that could be an entry. Assuming price is going to move faster than the RSI. Um, kind of want to stay on the guide through this, but I'm a bit nauseous right now. It's horrible. It is absolutely horrible. I did look back at coin glass too. And if you were here earlier, when we look back at it, and these two were kind of like neck and neck here around the 90 and the 85 at that point, and now you can see the 85 is pushing up a little bit higher now. So I mean, there's really no just, I mean, we had to get past here. We got to get past that. We're not doing that. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Yeah, that's pretty bad. A little bit of a discrepancy. At least it was for a little while. That's what it looked like the last time we got a discrepancy. We still ended up Got a little small little bounce, and then it took out that low anyway to the downside. That was the last discrepancy to the upside. Suggesting a weak low on any move down here. If this continues to push down right here, 4 hours already tapping it. So rejection off of the 20 SMA. Just trying to squeeze in here. It would be nasty if this squeeze broke to the downside. No. Maybe weekend to fill that gap. This is supposed to be breaking to the upside though. Just based on the information, it should be breaking to the upside. Doesn't stop it from moving down. Like I said, a weak low, maybe a wicks in, it fills in that gap or something like that, but it's somewhere near a low. Starting out wrong though. Let's see on the daily. It's the 4 hour for me. And the only problems have been on the 4 hours so far is it was getting bear divs trying to push up, but it. Yeah. Ooh. I already see we're not down this low, so it would be a weak low because we're not even that low. See, cash is at 650. It's so low. 649. My alarm just went off for that weekly time frame. What happened to weekly? So it is starting to push into that momentum line on the weekly time frame to the downside. See how that goes. Oh, it just tapped it basically. It's probably like that 786 we just looked at. Oh, stop playing. That is just that low. Why does it look different? But never mind, it looks different from probably because it's spot. It's spot, so it looks different. I like how it's stalling. It still got like 4 minutes on it though. Zcash is slightly below the previous day low over here. So it could do like an SFP here. Still wouldn't get interested right here. It is it's still very close to these highs in here. I'd rather see it come down in here somewhere. S&P this previous day low here or drop into this trend line in here. See if we can't hold in there. I really don't want to take it right here. I'm not going to take it right there. Nope. I will not take that. Mm-mm. We're holding a lot better. That could be a nice bull div if we just start to hold the range in here now. hate to move my time frame down any lower. If it finds some strength, I wouldn't look for a move any further than SD1. Just whatever SD1 ends up being at the time, that's what I would be looking for in the current state. Some people are already trying to play this, which I think is ridiculous because, I think it's ridiculous, but to each his own. I just wouldn't want to enter somewhere so close to where we were seeing a ton of wicks at the upside to the upside. I just wouldn't want to enter so close to that. I wouldn't want to enter so close to this. I just wouldn't. I mean, I want to go for a scalp, go for it. Maybe it does push up and break past all this. It just doesn't seem like a place to do it, to want to get interested. And directly into resistance to prior lows. That's just how I feel. Hmm. All right, so Bitcoin is just gonna scrap it out right here. That's the CME gap. The market opens in like 20 minutes. I guess I might as well just sit here and wait for that to happen. First red candle on hood. All right. First red candle. That's up a lot though. Remember the other day when I was in here trying to get this to work right, and I was having problems with it. It finally fixed itself. Go for a 4 hour. This might be some to look at right here. We looked at SUI earlier. I'm not touching ICP. All of these are pretty bad. Actually, let's go with something that's probably moving a little bit better. Let's go 60 and above. Zcash. Mexi token. Mexi token looking like. We got this set for a 4 hour. Moving better than Bitcoin. Probably a good short. That look like that's gonna be a good short right there. Mexi, I don't know what Kula is. That's garbage. WFI. WeFi. Never heard of that. It's definitely moving better than Bitcoin. WeFi. XVG Verge. They didn't give me any other option. Baby Doge. How is this on here? No, that's a lie. That is a lie. Alchemist. I'm gonna play with anything that does this. Not really any good ones. It might be trading, moving better than Bitcoin outside of, Zcash, of course. No, that's Horizon. That's Zen. My bad. Zen. It's moving better than Bitcoin. Zen. Did that just pop up? They all still look kind of trashy right in there, with the exception of Zen. It's all right. Let's see. Yeah, like I said, this is probably going to be a short position right here. Bear div on volatility. Bear div on momentum. Coming towards that signal line. Yeah, that's a short. The rest of the market is not good. Let's see what's 20 and below. Cloud Clash. Know nothing about those. We already looked at this earlier. SUI. This thing just gave up completely. And those two might be good plays for a scalp long. Not yet, but they might be good plays. Price action meets this. Price action supports that. That'll be breaking above the 20 SMA or squeeze, break out to the upside. I think that one probably would work out. Not really my forte. Had the bear div on here first. So it comes up above here this time. Let's do it like that. And it supports the idea. Then that's going to be above the 20 SMA in here as well. Already coming with the bullish divvies for the 4-hour reversal. That can work. Those two look like they can work. I'll look back at it tomorrow. But not, those two look like it can work. Maybe the same situation with Bitcoin here. We were on the 15, but here off of this 4-hour, because that's where it's catching the bear divs at. If it comes up and support it, that time it's going to break above here. It's actually going to break above that momentum line right there. That was giving us this push in right here. Above that 20 SMA for the squeeze breakout. Probably just back into the lows, though, is what I'm thinking. Which is better than where it is. Much better than where it is. $10 to market opens. I just don't like this. That was kind of like the measured move. I'm going to stop harping on the fact that I wouldn't take this, but that was like the measured move, which is based on blind bias. Yeah. See if I didn't do a line bias like that. Hmm. Didn't pay that any attention. That's what Zcash was looking like right there. That rising. I didn't pay that any attention. That little rising wedge in here on Biddy or rising channel. My magnet won't let me, but I really didn't pay it any attention either. Not that you had to. I mean, I just noticed it right here on the RSI. All right, 4 minutes. After this, I'm going to get off the stream for real this time. I keep playing too much. See how we changed again? Maybe they don't think they'll go that low now. Maybe. That's annoying. All right. 3 more minutes and I'm out of here. I appreciate you for coming by once again. Once again, appreciate you for coming by. Like I said, I don't think there's a reason to rush into a long on Bitcoin. I don't, even though I think that we're somewhere around where the low would be put in at. We're somewhere at it. We're so close to that CME gap, I just wouldn't imagine them not feeling it. But we're definitely at a place where we're bottoming with the bullish divergence everywhere, especially seeing that bullish divergence on the weekly time frame and the 4-hour time frame. So we have bullish divergent confirmation on multiple time frames and especially a high time frame. So we're somewhere near a low. We haven't actually confirmed on the weekly just yet, but at the moment it is bullish divergence. Just a matter of seeing some strength come in. We don't have that yet. Just don't have the strength. Or we're not showing that the strength is there just yet. I do think that we continue down. We're looking for a small bounce, but as far as the higher time frames go, I think we're starting our move down towards our bear market lows. But I do expect for us to bounce in between that. Let me just put it like that. So a bounce in between that, making our way down here. And again, possibility that this time we could potentially break lower. I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get there. And the thing to trade right now is going to be this Zcash with the little SFP there off the previous day low. Still looking lower. If I get it. If I don't, then I won't be in it. I won't be in it. All right, market is open. And before I go, I just wanted to share this on the SPX because I was watching it over the weekend, just kind of trying to map some things out. It has this nice little trend line right here that until broken, it could act as some sort of support level right here. If it starts to break it, then the first place I'll be looking at is going to be somewhere within the 64 to 62 $1,000 range here for the S&P 500. One thing I did notice on here was that it has the potential of coming back down here towards this low right here around 53.48 in the long term. But right now, this right here, there is some confluence with this trend line right here. You can't tell that it's connecting if I zoom out on a lower time frame, but it does. It's here. Right here. That's what it is. So as long as it's above there, it's great. It is great. There was also, hold on, I'm gonna have to go in and adjust this because you're not gonna be able to see it how it is. I'm still working on that indicator, so I'm just gonna leave that alone. But yeah, like I said, right here, as long as it's above here, it's gravy. It's good. Break this. you also break something that I was watching on like the monthly time frame. I think it was the monthly, could have been the 3-month time frame, but it looks pretty good there. Euphoria is up above that 68.82 there. So 68.82, we'll say 68.83. Just, I mean, it will be rounded off lower, but we'll say here. Euphoria is there. And then you can see it is in between harmony. So it still looks really good. The spot still looks good despite all of that until it loses here. Once it loses there, I'm going to start looking in here. Lose there, then I got everything marked out, but it does show that it could come all the way back down here towards this low here, and this top line right here, that is just the points across here. I guess I did move it up to this one simply because that was the new pivot that was formed, so I took it off of this one right here. It didn't make sense to leave it there anyway because it was this was chopping that. So here it respects it right here. Respects it right here. But this is where those next few months come in and start to look crazy for the few stocks that are holding the S&P up right now. Oh, but yeah, it's all good right now. It's all good right now. Let me zoom out a little bit. That's what I'll be watching here on the S&P 500. Bitcoin with a nice little pop-up right there. Way to go. Let me check that 4-hour and see if... Not yet, but nice little pop-up and recovery for it. That's sweet. That's really sweet. And of course, Zcash is pushing up a little bit more. With that said, I'm out of here. It was a nice little discrepancy right there. You don't have to... Yeah. 4-hour looks like it will. I would look for that on the 4-hour time frame. I look for that push above on that RSI with that squeeze on that 4-hour time frame. Could push price back up into the lows. I would still also watch for that CME gap to get filled. It's very close to it to not think about it at all. But so far, I'm so happy to see this little so happy to see this little pump. I kid you not. I'm really happy to see this little pump. That little candle. We're still in the same range. We've done nothing new so far. We're still in the same range. With nothing new. That's probably the no, okay. It pushed above that. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of sideways here on the 1-hour time frame, but that 4-hour looks nice. The 4-hour looks nice. And this is the time to see right here. This is going to be that squeeze breakout here. But I have to go. So I would just watch for that. You want to invalidate the bearish divergence this go around for this squeeze. Like I said, that will look to break to the upside. It's looking to break to the upside. Based on this, based on the formation here, the Bollinger itself. And just need to, why am I doing that? Need no bear divs on the move up and you'll be fine. We'll all be okay for a little bit of a relief pump. A little bit of a relief pump. Zcash. Oh gosh. Why, people? Why? Just let me have what I want. Yeah. Just sit on the sideline for Zcash until it hits something away from this. But that, I mean, this is, I guess you'd be looking for a breakout here now. It did the SFP. So you just be looking for a break above here, which means a break back inside of this range here as well. And you just want to get past where it's been wicking at. I'm not taking this. You want to get past where it's creating all these wicks at. It was a good scalp, but I'm not looking to scalp. I need a little bit more for my capital. So, oh well. Yeah, that's it. I guess with the spy with this green candle over here, that's the juice right now. That's the juice. I didn't even look at the VIX this morning at all. Did not look at the VIX at all, but that's pretty nice. Let me check back and see. This is where I had Netflix at. Let me just go back over here and see if that's also trying to look a little bit better. I'm gonna put it on actually 16 is what I usually have it on. So that's still looking crappy. Let's see what else. Oh, we're breaking down here. Amazon. So who's pumping? Because maybe it's Google. Because these are the ones that are holding the market up. Um, your Palantir, your Amazon, your Google, your Nvidia, your Tesla. Yeah, all of the yeah. These are the ones that are holding it up. Okay, I said I was gonna cut my position. We started breaking below here, and I need to get out of here so I can take care of my money. I'll still be looking here. Let's see. Robinhood flipping red. So some real weakness here in Robinhood. Real weakness below 40. Some real weakness. Bounce off of that. We just stand in between these two momentums, I guess. Maybe they do that. Maybe they pin it there. Like I said, I don't think that we come down here and hit that 180 again. I don't think that happens for Nvidia, but they could still keep it pinned in between that and up to that 200. It probably may not want to take it that high to look like it's going to break above here. But if it does, whatever happens, maybe 220 will be the target. But that's 192.58. And then the momentum here, the bullish momentum one is 180.40. So that's the low on that one. Tesla, second green candle here. That was some nice strength and reclaiming there. Not that I'm going to buy Tesla. As I say, I think the price could still push down here and probably even fulfill this. I'm not looking to buy it. Trash. Yep. And Google. Hold on, let me check back on Google. Yeah, there she goes. She gets out of here. Like I said, 335 can be the move. That can be the play. That could be the play if she gets out of there. All right. Appreciate you. Love you. See you later.